Attention in the beef exhibitor area, attention in the beef exhibitor area. This evening during the show, we should have the exhibitor and one parent, guardian, support person helping the exhibitor get back and forth to the ring. Everyone else should report to the stands. Please do not lean on the rail in the makeup area or stand in the makeup area so that we can get our cattle to and from the ring in a timely, efficient manner. Again, exhibitors, you should have one parent, guardian, support person helping you get your cattle. Everyone else in your group should report to the ring and witness from the stands. There should be no leaning or gathering in the makeup area to allow our committee to get the cattle to and from the ring in a timely manner. Thank you. If you'd like to stand along the ring instead of sitting on the bleachers, you can go around by the pig department and stand in those pig rings if you would like to view from the rail. But again, we do want to keep the area between the sheep barn and the show ring clear to move animals to and from the ring. We are ready for our first class. Our judge is here. Is our Mike Dahl, Brett, are you guys ready? You're good to go? We can start bringing our first class to the ring. We should have Grafton Condon with an Angus weighing 1,122 pounds and Brindle Williams with her Angus weighing 1,168 pounds. These are small classes. Please try to bring your steers to the ring in a timely manner. They're not going to take long. Class 1B Angus steers, Colt Henley and Lexi Zepp, please be on standby. At this time, we need Colton Grafton Condon and Brindle Williams to the ring so we can start our Angus show. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to welcome you to the Eddie Harrison Jr. Arena. This arena was dedicated in memory of Eddie Jr. and Janie Harrison. As we proceed through this evening, we will be showing cattle by breeds, and then crossbreds will be at the end. Cattle breeds will show in alphabetical order. Exhibitors and parents who are wanting to nominate exhibitors' steers for the sale. Those nominations will not open until the Crossbred division begins. Again, nominations for the livestock sale must be done in person, and those nominations will happen at the beginning of the Crossbred show. Thank you. Class 1 is in the ring. Grafton Condons, Angus weighing 1122. Brindle Williams with her steer weighing 1168. Colt Henley and Lexi Zepp are ringside and ready for Class 2. Again, our Angus classes are very small. Please listen to the announcements so we can move our show along. Thank you.
Welcome back to the cattle show here, and I think we got a really nice place to start, and that's in the young lady steer in the middle of the ring. I think that one's awfully neat when you step off to the side of him. Just a real complete, real fresh type of a steer, one that you really like a lot of things about. I can get critical of him. I wish he was just a notch more comfortable as you study him through his lower joints on the move. But that's getting nitpicky on one that puts a lot of positives together. The young lady should be commended. Really like the chunky steer that sits in second. I think he reads really mellow and finished there as you read him through his indicators. To me, that one gets a little too coarse through his shoulder, a little round out of his hip. Need to just reorganize that one from a balance perspective. But an awfully nice set. Let's give these kids a hand.
Results of our Class 1A Angus steers: Brindle Williams first, Grafton Condon second. Reading down your program, 2-1 entering the ring now. I have Class 1B Angus steers weighing 1285 to 1340. We have entries from Colt Henley and Lexi Zepp. On standby, we need Class 1C Angus steers, Dustin Bernard and Brennan Harrison. Steers in the Angus division, both first and second, please stay close to the show ring so we can move right into our champion Angus selection.
Well, again, I think we have a really, really nice place to start in the young lady steer that's in the middle of the ring right now. I think for me that one's just so proportional when you spin him to the side and blends his pieces so well. He's still athletic on the move, but what's more impressive is that he combines all that with so much width all the way through. That's a really genuinely bold ribbed creature. He's big in his pin set and massive once you step in behind him. He's really fresh in his finish, and you can appreciate him for that. Puts a lot of really, really nice pieces together. Glad to start with that one. The young man that's in second, I think maybe just a little bit of a longer neck, sharper necked option there. I actually think he's smoother as you study him at the point of his shoulder. To me, maybe just gives up too much mass and power as we step in behind him. Wants to hawk in just ever so slightly. That one just reads flatter in his makeup all the way through. Awfully nice pair of steers, though. Let's give the kids a hand.
Congratulations to Lexi Zepp first and Colt Henley second in Class 1B Angus steers. Moving into Class 1C Angus steers, we have two entries, Dustin Bernard and Brennan Harrison. Steers weighing 1381 to 1422.
Just immediately pooped on.
In the makeup area, we need to have Class 1D, Allison Schultz and Ryan O'Meara. If we could have Grafton, Brindle, Colt, and Lexi, please stay close to the ring for the selection of champion and reserve. Attention exhibitors and family members. Attention exhibitors and family members. Please limit the number of people. You should have one parent, guardian, or support staff helping your exhibitor get to the ring. Everyone else needs to make their way to the bleachers. We ask that we limit people standing ringside at the gate so that we have more room to move cattle to and from the ring. In the ring, we have Class 1C Angus steers with Dustin Bernard and Brennan Harrison. Steers weigh between 1381 and 1422.
We'll leave them set because I think we got the placing right here. I'm going to elect to start with the young man's real fresh haired calf there. I just think that one puts a lot of positives together, especially when you get over the top side of that one. I just think he's bolder in his forerib and starts more aggressive directly behind his blade there. He's fuller and fresher there at the edges of his loin. I think he's more massive from behind and still really proportional from the side. Young man that comes in second here certainly brings this one that's good in terms of depth of body. I still think that's a good doing, useful calf that has a lot of just mass to him. As I study him over the top side, I just think he reads a notch flatter in terms of his rib shape, plainer in terms of his muscle. So I'm just going to elect to leave him second, but let's give these kids a hand.
Results of Class 1C Angus steers. Dustin Bernard 1, Brennan Harrison 2, reading down their program 1-2. Next class in the ring is Class 1D Angus steers, Allison Schultz and Ryan O'Meara. Steers weighing 1463 and 1,500 pounds. Again, our steers are weighing 1463 and 1,500 pounds. In the makeup area, in the following order, we need Brendel Williams with her class winner from A, Lexi Zepp with her class winner from B, Dustin Bernard with his class winner from C, and then the winner of this class for the selection of champion Angus steer. On standby, we need Grafton Condon, Colt Henley, and Brennan Harrison.
Once again, we've got them in the order that I like. The young lady's going to start off the class for me. I just think that steer's more appropriate in terms of balance when you spin them to the side. They're both just a touch overdone for my personal taste. However, I think that one reads really proportional. He reads really bold and massive up high, and a steer that still has the length of stride advantage when we turn them and spin them. Awfully nice place to start. Like I said, the young man steer's just got a notch too much cover on it for me, but obviously that's a big body type of a steer that's performed well for the young man. Just need to tweak him in terms of balance from the side, maybe give him a longer step if he's going to complete with our class winner today. Well, let's give these kids a hand.
Congratulations to our class winner, Allison Schultz, and second place, Ryan O'Meara. Entering the ring now, Brendel Williams with her steer weighing 1,168 pounds. Lexi Zepp with her steer weighing 1,340 pounds. Dustin Bernard with his steer weighing 1,381. And Allison Schultz with her steer weighing 1,463. Sonny, can we have the rope halter for her, please?
Well, we come out for your champion Angus drive, and I think you got 4 individuals out here that a show judge could be awfully proud of to represent this particular breed. They all look like useful, productive type of calves, and then they bring you a little something extra in terms of design and balance. And I think that, I'm really pleased the way they come back out. To be honest with you, I think it's close between a couple of them. My favorite's the young man out of the 3rd class. He'll have your champion.
Congratulations to Dustin Bernard. We need Brennan Harrison with his 2nd place steer. There he is. Brennan is on it tonight. Or our ringmen are on it tonight. Thank you. As soon as we pick our reserve champion Angus steer, we're going to have a Bred and Owned Angus steer class. We'll need Brennan Harrison to stay in the ring, Allison Schultz to stay in the ring, and Kyle Henley to join us in the ring. Colt Henley to join us in the ring. Again, Colt Henley to join us in the ring.
Drop in that 2nd place, and again, just follows that good, useful type of cattle vibe that we got out here in the Angus division. Taking nothing away from the 2 heavier calves, but I thought it came down to 1 and 2 for reserve. The differences between them, I think one's just a little bit longer stepping. I think the other one's maybe a little sharper fronted. When it comes down to it, I'm going to stick to my guns and use the sounder structured calf. Young lady out of class 2 has reserve.
This time, I know I'm accurate in saying congratulations to Lexi Zepp on her reserve champion Angus steer. Again, staying in the ring, we have Brennan Harrison, Allison Schultz, and if you could open the ring and let Colt Henley in.
We drop in that steer, and obviously we like the length of neck and smoothness of shoulder he gives us. I think there's one that's maybe just the most proportional out here. I'm going to go ahead and start off with the young lady in the center of the ring for this particular class.
For Bred and Owned, we only select one winner in the class. So thank you guys very much. We're ready to move into our Hereford division with Braden Saunders with a steer weighing 931 pounds. As soon as we complete our Class 5A, Hereford steer weighing 931 pounds, we're ready to move into Class 5B, Hereford steers exhibited by Grafton Condon, Taylor Miller, Douglas Saunders, and Benjamin Saunders.
Single entry, but doesn't mean the young man doesn't bring us a nice little steer here. If you don't believe that he's athletic, don't worry, this steer will show you. Plenty of flex, his angles read really good. You appreciate those types of things about him. If you want to get picky on him, maybe just power that one up a little bit. The young man brought us a nice project. Let's give him a round of applause.
Class A Hereford results. Braden Saunders first. Class 5B Hereford's entering the ring. Grafton Condon, steer weighing 1,170 pounds. Taylor Miller, a steer weighing 1,180 pounds. Douglas Saunders, steer weighing 1,204. And Benjamin Saunders with a steer weighing 1,207. In the lineup area, we need to start gathering our Class 5C Hereford steers: Lloyd Arball, Hunter Huff, Riley Miller, Wade Cheney, Luetta Sipe, and J.C. Miller. At ringside, we need Class 5C, which will be our largest class of Herefords this evening. Lloyd Arbaugh, Hunter Huff, Riley Miller, Wade Cheney, Luetta Sipe, and J.C. Miller.
Well, I'll be honest with you. There's four of them. I think they can be pretty difficult to sort because there's not a steer out here that really grabs you and says, hey, I'm your winner, come grab me. There's also not one that says, hey, I need to find myself on the bottom. And so you just got to prioritize and find what makes you feel most comfortable. The one that I'm most comfortable using is the young lady who's in the center of the ring. I wish she had a shot more forerib. I wish she had a shot more flank, no doubt. I think the differences in muscle in this particular class are fairly minuscule at best. And so to me, when we spin them to the side, that's the one I'm most comfortable using. I think he's the best through his front. I think he's the most collected in his top line on the go. I think he's got the most appropriate set to his hind leg. that's why he's the winner. The steer that comes in second, the young man here, at times you say, oh, well, that's the big-bodied, productive one. He's the biggest-footed. He takes the longest stride. The problem is when you get on the side of that one, you just want to collect him from a balance standpoint. The steer, I mean, he's obviously fighting the young man, but just doesn't never really balance up quite right. And so you got to give and take, and I'm willing to sacrifice there in order to gain a little bit of structure. As he leaves, he's actually the widest tracking. These two gave me fits because there's some issues with both of them when I step around behind them. I thought this one started bolder off the backside of his shoulder. I thought that he was more level and correct out of his hip. That said, he gets a little wonky there from hawk to ground and doesn't really want to step down with much coordination. Young man brings this one here that I think reads good-bodied and fleshy. He looks like a productive calf. When we get him to the side, that one gets more open in his shoulder and round out of his hip, wants to come up underneath himself. He's the genuinely narrowest tracking. So that's how I see him. Let's go give those kids a big round of applause.
Congratulations to Class 5B Hereford Steers. First place to Taylor Miller. She will also be your Bred and Owned Hereford Champion Exhibitor. So she will need to come back to the ring at the end of the show. Second place to Grafton Condon. Third to Douglas Saunders. Fourth to Benjamin Saunders. Reading down your program, 2, 1, 3, 4. Entering the ring now is Class 5C Hereford Steers. We only have 2 entries, Lloyd Arball and Hunter Huff. Steers weighing 1226 and 1247. Now we need Class 5D Hereford Steers with Riley Miller, Wade Cheney, Louetta Sipe, and J.C. Miller.
Well, we got some trade-offs and differences in this class. I think the young man steer in the middle of the ring that's getting set up right now is just a little more exciting from profile. I think he's longer and smoother in his neck and ties in more correctly into his shoulder. He comes with a more attractive hip and hind leg. Now, I'd like to fix his bottom line just ever so slightly and give him a shot more flank there, but I think that's pretty critical, and I'd still say that one balances up all right from profile. Young man brings us a plenty useful steer in second. That one's big and bold and massive, and he's really athletic in terms of the way he moves. I just wish it were more attractive. He's a little more pedestrian in the way he's assembled in his hip and hind leg. I just like to shoot him up, make him just a notch sharper fronted and more attractive out of his hind leg if he's going to move up any for me, but a nice class of steers.
First place is Hunter Huff. Second place is Lloyd Arbaugh. Entering the ring now, we have the following: Riley Miller, Wade Cheney, Louetta Sipe, J.C. Miller. Steers in this class are weighing 1,288 pounds to 1,335 pounds. Hereford steers coming to ringside are as follows: Bodie Griffin, Jackson Brothers, Brody Barber, Riley Miller, and Dakota Bernard. Again, we have the following steers that should be making their way ringside for Class 5E Hereford steers: Bodie Griffin, Jackson Brothers, Brody Barber, Riley Miller, Dakota Bernard. Ladies and gentlemen, you know what time it is. If everyone can direct their attention to Mr. Andy Cashman, it is Peach Sundae time. Peach Sundaes being served at Tubby's right behind us. I've heard really good things about those peach sundaes. If the peach sundae's not up your alley, which I don't know whose would be, but there's also soft ice cream back there. I had some of that last night. It was pretty good. We have snowballs outside, a coffee truck, and fresh squeezed lemonade. Also up the hill, we have Hershey's dipped ice cream from the Young Farmers stand. If you're hungry for dinner, they're serving pork chops, pork chops, pork chops, and they're also serving a seafood buffet dinner at Dutch Corner. And to make your experience a little easier, you can scan their QR code, order online, and just walk up the hill and pick up your dinner. But right now, Mr. Lippy and Mr. Cashman are enjoying their peach sundaes.
Really like where we start off in this particular Hereford class. The young man brings this one that proportions out really well, balances up really well from the side, but you get around behind him and he's bold and massive through his upper rib, works a lot of muscle over that top. He's big in his pin set and still square at the ground. Thing does a lot of things really, really nice. Young lady brings us a chunk here, and you can certainly appreciate that one's rib shape and shape down through his lower quarter and stifle. I really think that one's got a pretty attractive hip and hind leg, especially when set into motion. I just thought he read a notch coarser up through his front end than our class winner did. I just like to just shift some pieces of balance in that one ever so slightly. Young lady that comes out in third, that one actually takes a longer stride and sets the surface with more depth of heel. I was more critical at where that one bases as he leaves me. I thought he was more general in his muscle shape. Young lady brings us a plenty useful athletic type of a calf here just for me. Need to balance up a little nicer as we spin on profile, but a nice set of steers. Let's give the kids a hand.
Results of Class 5D Hereford steers weighing 1288 to 1335. First to Wade Cheney, second to J.C. Miller, third to Louetta Sipe, and fourth to Riley Miller. Reading down your program, 4-1-3-2. Entering the ring now is Class 5E Hereford steers. Bodie Griffin, Jackson Brothers, Brody Barber, Riley Miller, and Dakota Bernard. Again, this class has steers weighing 1345 to 1396. We have one class after this, Class 5F, Jordan Blizzard. And then we will be moving into our Champion Hereford division. If you do not have an exhibitor in the ring, you should not be in the makeup area at this time. If you do not have an exhibitor in the ring, you should not be in the makeup area at this time. Remember, the committee has asked that there be only one person per exhibitor coming to the ring, and to keep the area in the makeup area clear so that we can move the cattle to and from the ring in an easy manner.
Well, a couple of different flavors out here, and you can certainly, prioritize one way or prioritize another way and come to some different conclusions. For me, the steer that I find to be the most complete sits in the middle of the ring with the young lady. I just think that one's the most balanced from the side, has the most pieces that I admire and the build that I'd like to stand behind. I still think he's plenty thick when you walk around behind him. Young man that'll be second over here, that's a plenty useful calf. He's really bold-bodied. He's really massive over the top side. It's a big-footed critter. When you spin him to the side, that one's just too coarse through his front end, a little bit more general in his makeup. That's why he slides into second. The young man that comes out third, I thought maybe had some pieces of balance that I'd rather grab, and thought about moving him up. I think he's cleaner fronted. I think he's smoother through his shoulder. You get over the top side of that one, he reads just a notch flatter everywhere. He's probably the flattest through his lower quarter and stifle. Young man brought me an absolute tank. That thing is busted open wide, big in his pin set, and absolutely massive through his center body. To me, that one's just too heavy fronted, carrying too much weight in the front third of his body, just too general and coarse in his makeup. This is a big-footed critter right here, and he certainly takes a long stride to go along with it. He has some pieces of balance, but that one just got the most piecey for me. I still think he reads too flat and tracks too narrow. That's why he rounds out the class. But let's give these kids a big old round of applause.
Congratulations to our exhibitors in the 5E Hereford steer class. First to Riley Miller, second to Dakota Bernard, third to Brody Barber, fourth to Bodie Griffin, and fifth to Jackson Brothers. Entering the ring now, we have a single entry, Jordan Blizzard, with a steer weighing 1,479 pounds. To the makeup area, we need the following exhibitors with their class-winning steers: Braden Saunders, Taylor Miller, Hunter Huff, Wade Cheney, and Riley Miller.
Just a single entry here, but the young lady brings us one that's plenty useful. I think that he's very proportional from the side. He's obviously mellow in his makeup and just absolutely massive through his center body. You get picky on that one. You might want to clean him up front, maybe make him just a notch more comfortable through his lower joints, but that's a type of steer that does a lot of things well. Let's give the young lady a big round of applause. Congratulations, Jordan Blizzard.
for your class, first in class for Hereford 5F. We are now going to start our Hereford Champion Drive. Out of Class 5A, Braden Saunders with a Hereford weighing 931. 5B, Hereford exhibitor Taylor Miller. Her steer weighs 1,180 pounds. Hunter Huff out of Class C with a steer weighing 1,247 pounds. Out of Class 5D, we have exhibitor Wade Cheney with a Hereford weighing 1,299 pounds. Riley Miller out of Class 5E, her Hereford weighs 1,366. And out of our last class, 5F, a Hereford weighing 1,479 pounds, exhibited by Jordan Blizzard. We need the following exhibitors on standby: Grafton Condon, Lloyd Arbaugh, J.C. Miller, Dakota Bernard. If they could be close to ringside, we would appreciate it. Immediately following the selection of our champion Hereford steer, we will be moving into the Red Angus category. Again, our champion Bred and Owned Hereford steer was exhibited by Taylor Miller out of Class 5B. She was the only Bred and Owned exhibitor in the Hereford breed today. Miss Sierra Ween is representing the Farm Bureau as our Farm Bureau Queen. She's holding the Champion Award for Herefords and for every division and breed champion. We would like to thank the sponsor and creator of these wonderful awards, Stevie Stamball and Stamball Welding. Please put your hands together for his support.
As we bring out our class winners, I think maybe some of these classes were maybe just a notch tough to put together, and you maybe had to sacrifice in a place or two to grab the calf that you thought brought the most total positives to them. There's one time I didn't have to do that, though, and as we bring them all out, to be fair, the field was playing for second place because the young man out of Class 4 has my favorite.
Congratulations, Wade Cheney, for exhibiting the champion Hereford steer. We now need J.C. Miller to the ring to compete for reserve. J.C. steer weighs 1,335 pounds.
Well, we bring that second place out, and we discussed all the things he does so well. I mean, that's a boxy, proportional one that's really good when you get over the top side of him. I like that one awful lot. I'm going to go ahead and stick with him for reserve.
Reserve champion Hereford steer was exhibited by J.C. Miller. We're moving into our Bred Angus show. Our first class, we have one entry, 9A, exhibited by Nathan Capel, steer weighing 1,029 pounds. Attention in the livestock area. Attention in the livestock area. There was a pink small backpack and cowgirl boots left on the tram. Again, there was a small pink backpack and a pair of cowgirl boots left on the tram. If you are missing them, they are in the office. Thank you.
No, they're Jamie's.
Jamie's. Not Bill's stems. I believe I heard they were Jamie's.
Single entry here, but certainly one that could withstand some competition. I think the young man brings us a nice little steer that patterns up nice from profile. I think that's a plenty athletic, long striding type of a calf. You get just a little critical of him, maybe just like to power that one up ever so slightly, but a nice little steer to start off with. Let's give the young man a round of applause.
First place to Nathan Capel with a Bred Angus steer weighing 1029. We're going to give him just a minute to get his second steer, and then we're going to start with Class 9B, Bred Angus, Nathan Capel, Lee Sipe, and Logan Barnett. These steers weigh between 1185 and 1233 pounds. We need the following Red Angus exhibitors to ringside for Class 9C, Bryce Zepp and Jacob Frock. Again, the following Red Angus exhibitors to ringside for 9C, Bryce Zepp and Jacob Frock. Again, to our Red Angus exhibitors, these classes are kind of small and will move fairly quickly.
The young man brings us one here that I think you can really appreciate once you get to the side of him. I think that thing's pretty nice, balanced, really good, and in structural build, especially as you study the way he travels and uses that shoulder up front. I think that's where he classes the field in this particular lineup. Still got plenty of to him when you stick around behind him. Young man over here will be in second with a dark red calf, and I think that one in relation to third place is maybe just a little neater up front and more attractive in the use to his hip and hind leg. A young man that comes in third brings us one that's plenty bulky, and you read him through his center body, there's plenty of mass. That's a real mellow, nice type of finish steer. When we set him into motion, he maybe wants to kick up in his spine and then duck his rear legs down, but underneath him, just need to fix those little things if you're going to move him up any under this particular show, Judge. But a nice class. Let's go ahead and give the kids a hand.
Congratulations to our Class 9B Red Angus exhibitors. First to Lee Sipe, second to Nathan Capel, and third to Logan Barnett. We would like to announce that Nathan Capel's 1,185-pound Red Angus steer that placed second will be your Bred and Owned Red Angus steer. He will come back to the ring later this evening to compete for overall Bred and Owned champion. Congratulations, Nathan. In the ring, we have two exhibitors, Bryce Zepp, Jacob Frock, with steers weighing 1346 and 1363. Ringside, we need the following: Lexi Zepp, Kelsey Zepp. Class 9D will be our last class of Red Angus steers.
Pair of real smooth patterned Red Angus steers here, and I think they're both fairly nice. I'm going to keep them how they're lined up. The young man here is going to have my class winner. I just think when you get on top of that guy, he starts more aggressive directly behind his blade and works more power over the edge of his loin when they're in motion. I prefer the way he uses his hip and hind leg. The dark red steer that's going to be in second, made a lot like our class winner, just so mellow and smooth all the way through. Really appreciate that. I think he got more general in terms of his muscle shape. I'd like to see him take a longer step, but a nice pair of steers. Let's give those kids a round of applause.
Congratulations to Bryce Zepp first and Jacob Frock second. Reading down your program, 1, 2. Our last Red Angus class of the evening before we move into the champion division, we have Lexi Zepp with a steer weighing 1407 and Kelsey Stepp with a steer weighing 1429. Ringside, we need Nathan Capel, Class A, Lee Sipe, Class B, Bryce Zepp, Class C, and the winner of this class. On standby, we'll need Nathan Capel and Jacob Frock.
Trade-off between these two calves, and I think it's close between the pair of them. To me, I'm going to go ahead and start with the young lady on my left here. I just think that steer's just a notch bolder in his forerib. I think he starts more aggressive directly behind his blade. He's bigger in his pin set and wider at the surface as they leave me. The trade-off is the young lady steer that sits second today is a notch cleaner through his brisket and over the top side of his neck. It's close, but he has just a notch more side view turn to his stifle there. When you get on top of that guy, he just reads just a notch flatter and more pinched in his forerib. Doesn't allow the groundwork to work as much mass up high. Awful nice set of steers. Let's give the kids a hand.
Results of our Class 9D Red Angus steers. First to Kelsey Zepp, second to Lexi Zepp. Entering the ring now, we have the following Red Angus exhibitors competing for champion Red Angus steer. Nathan Capel with a steer weighing 1029. Lee Sipe with a steer weighing 1225. Bryce Zepp with a steer weighing 1346. And Kelsey Zepp with a steer weighing 1429. In the makeup area or close thereof, we need the following: Nathan Capel, steer weighing 1185, Jacob Frock, and Lexi Zepp, in case they need to come in for contention for reserve. Our next division will be Shorthorns. We need to have Keegan McGrew and Lane Huff start making their way ringside.
Good set of cattle out here, good useful cattle. I think all of them are good bodied and mellow and smooth patterned in their makeup. For me though, I think there's one that outclasses the field. The young lady out of the last class as my champion.
Congratulations, Kelsey Zepp, on champion Red Angus steer. We now need Lexi Zepp to return to the ring for reserve.
We dropped that second place in, and we just got through discussing the trade-offs between that one and our champion. I thought that was a pretty close pair in my mind. I'm not willing to split them up. That young lady has my reserve.
Congratulations to Lexi Zepp on reserve champion Red Angus steer. Entering the ring now, we're moving on to our Shorthorn division. Our Shorthorn division entering the ring, Shorthorn class 13A, Keegan McGrew with a steer weighing 1,100 pounds. Nicole McDivitt, please report to your Shorthorn steer. These classes are small and are going to move fairly quickly. Nicole McDivitt, please report to your Shorthorn steer. In the ring now, we have Keegan McGrew with a Shorthorn weighing 1,100 pounds and Lane Huff with a Shorthorn weighing 1,114 pounds. Ringside, we need to bring Class 13B, Dakota Bernard and Peyton Zepp.
I'm going to keep them how they stand and use the young man's fresh-haired steer to lead off this particular lineup. I just think that one's silhouette's really nice and it puts together a really attractive look from profile. You get on top of him, he's real square and expressive in his shape, good in his pin set and square at the ground. Now, he's not the biggest in his forerib or the fullest and freshest back through his flank, but that's all right. I still think that one's got enough on him. Young man brings us a real useful steer here, one that is really mellow and is kind and finished appropriately, clearly athletic. Just from profile, I need to fix that one from a balance standpoint. He's a little bit more open in his shoulder and rounder in his makeup, but an awfully nice set of steers. Let's give the kids a hand.
Congratulations to Class 13A Shorthorn exhibitors Keegan McGrew first and Lane Huff second. Entering the ring, we have Shorthorn Class 13B Dakota Bernard with a steer weighing 1239, and Peyton Zepp with a Shorthorn weighing 1246. Quick announcement for all steer exhibitors or market animal exhibitors this evening. Nominations for the sale will not begin until the beginning of the Crossbred division. If you have a purebred or all other breed steer or market heifer, you need to stay in order to nominate your steer for the sale. Nominations will begin at the beginning of the Crossbred show. Thank you. This is going to be a quick division of steers. At the completion of this class, we will show Class 13C, which has one entry, and then two entries. I'm sorry, there's one on the back, Emma Arball. We will show those two steers and go right into the champion Shorthorn division.
Well, I'm going to start the class with the young ladies, predominantly red steer here in the center of the ring. I really like the way both of these pattern, but when you get on top of one, this one is absolutely massive and ditched up. I like the way he blends his blade more appropriately onto his rib cage there. And then when you step around behind him, I think he's just a notch square from hock to ground. It's close, though, because the young man's got a steer that I really admire. I think that one's mellow in his makeup. He actually takes a longer stride than the steer that beats him. But for me, I just think that one read a notch flatter and more general in his shape. He gets a little wonky there as we look at him from hock to ground, but an awesome set of calves. Let's give these kids a round of applause.
Congratulations to Peyton Zepp first and Dakota Bernard second. Finishing out our Shorthorn division, we're going to have Class 13C with Nicole McDivitt and then Emma Arball. You got to flip the page. Sorry, Brett. Your wife printed it. Again, we have two entries in this class. Nicole McDivitt with a steer weighing 1268 and Emma Arball with a steer weighing 1294. I'm looking for the following steers in the makeup area for champion selection: Keegan McGrew, Peyton Zepp, and the winner from this class.
I think we got two nice steers here. I'm going to elect to use the young lady's white one to begin with. I just think that's a really useful type of a steer. Really bold-bodied, really mellow in his makeup. In fact, I'd say he's maybe just a touch overdone for me. I'd like to trim him up and freshen him up ever so slightly, but that's just a good-doing, easy-moving type of a steer. A nice one to start off with. The red one that comes in second, I do think is a shot leaner, especially as you read him there in his fore-ribbon over his last rib. For me, though, I think that one just reads a notch up and down in the angle to his shoulder. I wish he'd take a more easy, comfortable stride off his rear two, but a nice pair of steers. Let's give the kids a hand.
Congratulations to Nicole McDivitt for winning Class 13C with a Shorthorn weighing 1268. In the ring now, we have Keegan McGrew. With a steer weighing 1,100 pounds. Peyton Zepp with a steer weighing 1,246 pounds, and Nicole McDivitt with a steer weighing 1,268.
Well, I think we have a couple or three different flavors represented out here, and if you followed along with me the last couple of days, you'll know I'm not interested in making cookie cutters. I'm just trying to find the best ones in their particular classes. I think we hit three different levels of the spectrum here. I think there's one that's right down the middle and the most complete. The young lady out of Class 2 has my favorite.
Congratulations, Peyton Zepp, on winning champion Shorthorn steer. We need Dakota Bernard in for reserve.
We drop that one in, and we certainly don't get more consistent across the lineup, but I do think we look an awful lot similar to what we just had. And again, I just think that one's the most complete, puts the most totals together. That one's going to be your reserve.
Congratulations, Dakota Bernard, on Reserve Champion Shorthorn Steer. We're going to take just a few minute break before we move on to our next class. Okay, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We are now moving into our market heifer division. In our first class of 17A, we have Bridget Barber and Zane Weiser, steers weighing 962 and 1073. And I'm sorry, I'm so used to saying steers, I'm already wrong. This is the market heifer division. So these heifers are weighing 962 and 1073.
Well, some trade-offs between the two. I like the young man's heifer to start this drive. I just think that's a wider-chested, bolder-bodied type of a heifer that just is bigger in her pin set and more massive from behind. You get on top of her, she's certainly laid in more mass and muscle. I'd like to clean her up in her chest just ever so slightly, and that's where the heifer here in second has her beat. I think she reads cleaner through her chest floor, and maybe just a notch more expressive up high. There's just not enough there. Really need to mass that heifer up if she's going to compete with my class winner, but a nice set of calves. Let's give the kids a hand.
Congratulations, Zane Weiser first and Bridget Barber second. Our second market heifer class is class 17B. Peyton Zepp, Emma Arball, Owen Boone. This will complete our champion market heifer classes. So we will need Zane Weiser back in the ring at the conclusion of this class. If you are in the beef area and you are not a parent or guardian of the exhibitor or family member, you need to report to the show ring stands and please stay there. Please do not be helping exhibitors if you are not a close family member or a parent or guardian. Again, only parents and guardians are allowed to handle exhibitors' cattle. Thank you.
I think you could justify doing a couple different things here. I elected to start with the young man's yellow heifer in the middle of the ring. Now, I'll be the first to admit she's got some swelling there in her right hock that I don't just absolutely love. She still outmoves the other two. I think she's the most intriguing from the side and still the most complete. I like that one an awful lot. Young lady's painted up one over here, has some pieces you'd sure like to grab. That one's long-necked and has a great top line index. Great attractive set to her hind leg. When I throw that one into motion, she just doesn't want to take as long of a stride, wants to knuckle over just ever so slightly. If she's going to do that, I need her to just be a notch fuller and deeper there in her flank. Black heifer over here in third is certainly good bodied. I think that's a really wide pin, heavy muscle type of a one. The more I break into them, she's the most open and coarsest in her shoulder, most general in her hip and hind leg design. Just got too plain for me, so I elected to leave her third. Nice set of cattle, though. Let's give the kids a big round of applause.
Congratulations to our 17B market heifer exhibitors. First to Owen Boone, second to Peyton Zepp, and third to Emma Arball. Entering the ring now, we have Zane Weiser with a heifer weighing 1073, and Owen Boone with a heifer weighing 1177. We need Bridget Barber and Peyton Zepp on standby. At the conclusion of this class, we're moving into the Maine-Anjou division. To have their own division, we need 4 entries per breed, and we do have 4 entries per breed, but we're going to go pretty quick. So if you are exhibiting a Maine-Anjou, Braden Masters, Colt Henley, Audrey Robertson, or Ethan Dell, you might as well think about heading to the ring. And I see some of those exhibitors already starting to line up. Again, we have our market heifers in the ring for selection of champion and reserve market heifer.
As we get out here in the market heifer drive, I think they're both practical type of cattle. That being said, there's one that just comes with a little bit more exciting pieces, a little bit neater up front, a little bit smoother in that shoulder, and still takes a longer stride and sets the surface on a deeper heel. The young man's yellow heifer is going to be my champion.
Congratulations, Owen, on exhibiting the champion market heifer. Entering the ring in contention for reserve is Peyton Zepp with a heifer weighing 1,117 pounds.
Bring in that second place there, and no, she doesn't take the longest stride. I'd like to give her more comfort there through her lower joints, but again, she brings a lot of special pieces to the table that you really want to latch onto. That's why she's my reserve. Let's give the young lady a hand.
Congratulations to Miss Peyton Zepp for exhibiting the reserve champion market heifer. Again, our next division is the Maine-Anjou division, Class 20A. We have 1 entry, Braden Masters, with a steer weighing 1,129 pounds. Again, an important announcement: if you are not an exhibitor or direct family member of an exhibitor, please do not be in the cattle area this evening.
Yeah, it'll be a couple weeks.
If you are not an exhibitor or family member of an exhibitor, please do not be in the cattle makeup area this evening.
Just one entry here, but an entry that I think you like quite a bit of things about. That's a real bull-bodied, massively muscled calf. Love the shape through his lower quarter and stifle there, and yet when you spin him to the side, I think gives you a very proportional look all the way through. You want to get nitpicky on him, maybe I'd like to see him take a notch longer stride, but I think that's an awfully good one. Let's give the young man a hand.
Congratulations to Braden Masters for exhibiting a first place Maine-Anjou steer. Entering the ring for Class 20B is Colt Henley, the steer weighing 1293, and Audrey Robertson with a steer weighing 1313.
And I think we got a good pair of steers out here. I'm going to elect to use the young lady to my left here. I just think as you study that steer through his shoulder, not only is he better in the angle, but he's smoother and more correct at the point of his shoulder. You set that one into motion, he stays more collected on the move. I just think that one puts a lot of really good things into an attractive package. Massively muscled steer here in second, and he's certainly big in his pin set. He's got a lot of shape crease down the top side of his skeleton. For me, I think that one's just a notch too open in his shoulder, a notch stilty out of his hock, and doesn't want to take as long a stride as I'd prefer, but a nice calf to be standing in second place.
Results from Class 20B, Maine-Anjou's. First, Audrey Robertson. Second, Colt Henley. Moving into our last class of Maine-Anjou's with Ethan Dell with a steer weighing 1384.
Steer's got a bit of a nasty attitude, but that doesn't mean there's not good there. The young man brings just a real good, practical type of fat steer. You just love how massively muscled he is, how mellow he is in his type and kind. I still think that one reaches and strides plenty good. You spin him to the side, he's not the prettiest thing in the world. That's a big old practical fat steer, a lot of good in him. Let's give the young man a round of applause.
Congratulations to Ethan Dell with his first place Maine-Anjou steer. Entering the ring now, we have Braden Masters with a steer wing 1129, Audrey Robertson with a steer wing 1313, and Ethan Dell with his steer wing 1384.
Well, I think there's good in all three of these steers, but when it comes to champion, it's absolutely non-negotiable for me. Young lady out of Class 2 has my favorite.
Congratulations to Audrey Robertson with a steer wing 1313 as champion Maine-Anjou. We need Colt Henley to return to the ring for reserve.
Okay, Jamie.
We drop in that second place, and we certainly like some of the things that he brings to the table. There's one that's maybe just a notch more intriguing when we spin him profile for me. Young man out of Class 1 has my reserve.
Congratulations to Braden Masters. For reserve champion Maine-Anjou, the steer weighing 1129. Entering the ring now, we have our Shorthorn Plus category. Division first class, we have Keegan McGrew with a steer weighing 1134 and Ryan Leister with a steer weighing 1187. On standby, we need Class 23B with Ethan Zepp, Logan Barnett, and Noah Guyman.
I like both these steers quite a bit. The young man to my left's going to have my class winner. It starts at the ground for the bigger-footed calf, and then from there up, I think he reads more correct in his angles. You get into his forerib, I think he's genuinely bolder, and then just a notch fresher and more correct in terms of his finish from there back. Awfully nice proportional calf to start us off here today. I love the hip and hind leg in the steer that sits in second. I think that's really an attractive look for him. However, I just think he's a little bit straighter and more open in his shoulder, gets a notch flatter in his forerib, and I'd like to freshen up his flank just ever so slightly. Good pair of calves, so let's give the kids a hand.
Results of our Class 23A Shorthorn Plus division. First to Ryan Leister, second to Keegan McGrew. Class 23B Shorthorn Plus, Ethan Zepp with a steer wing 1239. Logan Barnett with a steer wing 1265. And Noah Guyman with a steer wing 1283. We have one last class, a Shorthorn Plus, a single entry by Ryan Leister. We will then move directly into our Shorthorn Plus champion and reserve divisions. I'd like to take this opportunity to introduce our judge. Mr. Jacob McPhillip is from Lafayette, Indiana, where he grew up showing hogs and sheep. His biggest passion by far was judging livestock. He went to Connors State College, where he competed on a very talented team and went on to judge at the senior college level from Texas Tech University. His most memorable times were winning the Barrow Show twice, winning Kansas City, and winning the American Royal. After school, he married his wife and was the swine herd manager of a heritage breed hog farm in Kansas. Currently, Jacob is the co-owner and CEO of Judge to Win, an online educational livestock judging resource for 4-H and FFA teams, as well as the marketing manager for Micro Technologies. He currently lives in Lubbock, Texas with his wife Cassandra and daughter Lily. Please help me in welcoming Judge McKillop to Carroll County Fair.
Really like the class winner we have here, and we're going to start with the young man's black and white steer that stands directly in front of me. I think he's killer from the side, but he's just as impressive when you get on top of him. He's got a big old square back laid in him. He's really aggressive in the turn over his loin edge. It's a big pinned, heavy muscled one that comes square to the surface. Ideally, he could maybe take just a notch longer stride, but that's nitpicking. I think that one's awful good. Young man to the left of me here is going to have your second place. I just read more use in that steer. I think he's more practical in his body type. I think he takes a longer stride and has more mass and muscle from behind. Certainly like the extension up front of the young man that comes out here in third, and certainly that's a good moving calf in his own right. For me, though, that one's just a little too needs just a little more body and flesh to accommodate his extra frame score. I think he gets a notch flat in his forerib and tucked up in his flank. Good calf to third, though. Let's give the kids a hand.
Congratulations to our Class 23B Shorthorn exhibitors, Shorthorn Plus exhibitors. First, Ethan Zepp. Second, to Noah Guyman. 3 to Logan Barnett. And 3 to Logan Barnett. Reading down your program, 1, 3, 2. Class 23C Shorthorn Plus, we have Ryan Leister with a steer weighing 1351. We need Ryan Leister's lightweight Shorthorn Plus from Class A, and Ethan Zepp's entry from Class B in the standby ring for the selection of champion Shorthorn Plus and Reserve. At this time, you might as well slowly be making your way to the ring with your White Park cattle, Lloyd Arbaugh, Hunter Huff, Lane Huff, and Emma Arbaugh.
Single entry here, but one you can find a lot of positives in. I mean, you step around behind that guy, he's a big old hip steer with plenty of mass and muscle. He's really good in his body shape and mellow in his makeup. I think you turn to the side of that guy and he's still plenty proportional. Awfully nice steer. Let's give the young man a round of applause.
Congratulations, Ryan Leister, on exhibiting a first place steer in Class 23C. In the ring now, we need Ryan Leister's steer weighing 1187. Ethan Zepps, Shorthorn Plus, weighing 1,239 pounds. And Ryan Leister's Class 23C, steer weighing 1,351. These three steers are in contention for Champion Shorthorn Plus and Reserve. And of course, we have Noah Guyman on standby with his second place. I see we've started lining up our one class of White Park steers: Lloyd Arbaugh, Hunter Huff, Lane Huff, and Emma Arbaugh.
I think as we look at our division drive here in the pluses, there's certainly a lot of quality represented in cattle that you should just naturally like, because I think we have three really nice ones out here. That being said, I think we can all come to the same conclusion on which one needs to win. Young man coming out of the second class has my favorite.
Congratulations, Ethan Zepp, for winning Champion Shorthorn Plus. We need Noah Guyman with his second place Shorthorn Plus, weighing 1,283.
Drop that second place in, and certainly a real practical, useful type of a steer. But for me, I think it comes down to the cattle on either end of the lineup. The differences between them, there's one that's just a little bigger hipped and more massive in terms of his muscle. There's one that I think takes a more appropriate stride out of his hip and hind leg. I'm going to stick to my guns and use the better structured calf. Steer out of Class 1 has my reserve.
Congratulations, Ryan Leister, out of Class 23A for Reserve Champion Shorthorn Steer Plus. We have one class of White Park cattle with 4 entries. Lloyd Arbaugh, steer weighing 931. Hunter Huff with a steer weighing 1025. Lane Huff, with a steer weighing 1032, and Emma Arball with a steer weighing 1034. First and second place in this class will automatically become champion and reserve champion White Park. Again, we are going to have the all other breeds division. Then we're going to do a champion of all other breeds, which includes some of our smaller classes. And then the crossbred division will begin. At that time, we will begin taking nominations for sale steers. In our holding area, we can start rounding up our AOB classes. In class 29A, we'll need Callie Robertson. And 29B, all other breeds, Josie Dell, Cade Schaefer, Josie Visser.
Bit of an oddity for me to see White Park cattle, but that doesn't mean we don't have some quality up here. I'm going to start with this kind of speckled up one here in the center of the ring. I think that one's just the most massive in terms of his rib or width and muscle. I think he's the most correct from a structural standpoint and still really proportional from the side. 2 is the predominantly black steer the young man's got, and I think that one's plenty sound, structured, and athletic. That's not the width or power we find in our class winner. What he does have is a smoother pattern over the third place the young man brings me. I think that one maybe just gets a notch open in terms of his shoulder and a notch rounder out of his hip. Even so, he's got a structural advantage over the steer that sits in fourth. No doubt that one's absolutely massive when you get in behind him, and you can definitely appreciate the muscle shape and expression he's brought to us. When we set him on the move, though, I just need to redesign his hip and hind leg if he's going to move up any higher for this show judge. But let's give the White Park exhibitors a big round of applause.
Congratulations to our White Park exhibitors. First to Emma Arball, second to Hunter Huff, third to Lloyd Arball, and fourth to Lane Huff. Champion White Park is Emma Arball, and Reserve Champion White Park goes to Hunter Huff. Entering the ring now is Class 29A. We have a single entry from Callie Robertson, and a weight of 1135. Attention exhibitors, can you please move the wheelbarrows out of the aisles and out of the center aisles and put them to the outside of the building until the show is over? Attention exhibitors, can you please move the wheelbarrows out of the center of the aisles and up the middle aisles so we can get the cattle back and forth? You can put them on the outside of the rows until the end of the show. Thank you.
Really appreciate the functional build of this one. I mean, you study the steer's angles, and he's really good, and that allows him to take a long athletic stride. You get critical of that one. Maybe just need to see a shot more power all the way through. Young lady brings us a nice single entry, though. Let's go ahead and give her a round of applause.
Congratulations to Class 29A, all other breeds exhibitors, Callie Robertson. Entering the ring now, we have 3 entries in Class 29B, Josie Dell, Cade Schaefer, and Josie Beiser. Weights range from 1266 to 1289. Making their way to the makeup area should be Josie Beiser, Kylie Shoebrooks, and Addison Wagner for Class 29C.
Pretty logical place to start here with the smoke steer to my far right. I just think that's a massively muscled big top steer that's still really proportional in his look from his side, plenty sound structured. Just really the complete, really nice steer to start off the class. I think it becomes quite a bit closer between 2 and 3, and they do have some give and take. I prefer the black steer on my left here. I just think when we set him into motion, that one takes a longer stride and hits the surface on more depth of heel. Now the difference is that I think that the smoke steer in the middle here is maybe just a notch sharper fronted, maybe a little more aggressive in his turn up high. For me, that one reads just a notch bare there in his forerib. I wish he'd take a more comfortable stride off his rear too, but a nice set of calves. Let's give the kids a big round of applause.
Results of Class 29B, first to Josie Dell, second to Josie Visor, and third to Cade Schaefer. Reading down your program, 1, 3, 2. Entering the ring now is Class 29C, all other breeds, Joey Visor, Kylie Shoebrooks, Addison Wagner, with steers weighing in range from 1341 to 1381. In the makeup area, we need to have Layla Metz and Grady Dell. For Class 29D, this will be the last class of AOBs before our champion and reserve champion, all other breeds.
Smoke steer here in the middle is going to win it for me. I mean, that thing's just an absolute monster in terms of mass and muscle. He's really mellow and is kind and proportional from the side. He ain't the smoothest shoulder thing in the world, but as the old adage goes, you got to have a big engine to carry a big caboose, and that one's got a big caboose. The one that comes in second here is the young lady's black and white steer, and I think there's still a lot to like about him. I think he reads really practical in terms of his body shape. I think he takes a really long athletic stride. I think he's still got plenty of muscle when you step in behind him. For me, just not as quite as balanced as we spin him to the side, not as proportional in his look, and that's why he sets in second. The young lady's steer that comes in third here is one that's big and growthy and certainly does have some shape, but for me, that one's just too narrow and flat all the way through. We need to power him up and beef him up through his center body just a notch. Good set of steers, though. Let's give the kids a hand.
Congratulations to Class 29C All Other Breed exhibitors. First to Kylie Shoebrooks, second to Addison Wagner, and third to Josie Beiser. Entering the ring is our last class of All Other Breeds. Exhibitors include Layla Metz with a steer weighing 1403 and Grady Dell with a steer weighing 1440. I need the following exhibitors to ringside for selection of AOB steer: Kaylee Robertson, Josie Dell, and Josie Beiser on standby, and Kylie Shoebrooks.
Well, perhaps maybe the closest pair we've had today, because I think that between the two of them, they're very, very good in some areas, and yet maybe there's an area or two where you might want to tweak on them just ever so slightly. It's close for me. There's one that just perhaps brings a notch more intrigue and an excitement to me, and that's the young lady Smoke here. I'm going to elect with him to start. I just think as you get off the backside of that one's blade, he starts with more aggressive shape. He carries that over the edge of his loin, and he's got the clear advantage as you step in behind him. Now, he's not perfect in his shoulder, and I'd certainly like to clean him up there and maybe make him just have a little more use in that particular area. I still think he takes a long enough stride. I think he blends nice enough today. The black steer that comes in second here is just a notch mellower in his kind, and I do think that he is smoother and ties neater his shoulder onto his rib cage. At the same time, as I get over the top side of him, he just becomes a notch more apex for me. He gets flatter through his lower quarter and stifle, and although I call that one proportional, I do think he reads just a notch plain through his front end. Two very, very good steers. Let's give the kids a round of applause.
Congratulations to Class 29D AOB exhibitors. First to Layla Metz, second to Grady Dell. Entering the ring now, we have the following: Kaylee Robertson, Class 29A, exhibiting her steer weighing 1,135 pounds. Class 29B, Josie Dell with a steer weighing 1,266. 29C, Kylie Shoebrooks with a steer weighing 1,364. And Class 29D, Layla Metz with a steer weighing 1,403. Immediately following, champion AOB and reserve selection, we will be doing a Bred and Owned division for all the other breeds, even the smaller breeds we had earlier. We should have entries from Colt Henley, Ryan Leister, and Keegan McGrew to the makeup area, please. Bred and Owned, all other breed entries to Colt Henley, Ryan Leister, and Keegan McGrew.
Well, my compliments to the exhibitors in the AOB division, because I think the cattle have been very, very good. And I think as we look out here, although they're all kind of acting up a notch, we can certainly tell that there's a lot of quality represented in this particular division. I think there's one out here that's really extreme yet still super complete, and that's a combination of things that I'd really like to tie into. Young lady that comes out of Class 3 has my favorite.
Congratulations to Miss Kylie Shoebrooks being named champion all other breed. We now need Addison Wagner to return with her all other breed steer weighing 1381. Entering the ring, we have Addison Wagner with her steer weighing 1381. Our reserve champ, all of our trophies this evening was donated and manufactured by Stevie Stamball at Stamball Welding. Please give him a round of applause for making all those donations. Thank you.
Well, we drop in that second place, and you remember it's a real good practical type of steer. That being said, I think there's one more out here that is just really intriguing from the side, puts a lot of really neat pieces together. Young lady out of Class 2 has my reserve.
Congratulations, Miss Josie Dell, reserve champion all other breed steer. Moving on, we're going to do an all other breeds bred and owned class. We will select one bred and owned from the 3 entries: Colt Henley, Ryan Leister, and Keegan McGrew. As soon as this class is over, we're going to start with our crossbreds, which means we will open nominations for the sale. Again, at the conclusion of this class, we will open nominations for sale cattle. That will happen directly behind me. Your steer needs to have weighed at least 1,100 pounds, no more than 1,500 pounds, gained at least 2 pounds per day, and graded. You need to know the breed of your steer, the weight of your steer, or if you have a market heifer, and the place you were in class. Again, Miss Harrison Schultz is behind me, and she's ready to take nominations for the sale at the conclusion of this class. Apologies to Keegan McGrew, who is in the ring. and not Keegan Rill, who may be here somewhere. We do have the following. I apologize for that. We have Colt Henley, Ryan Leister, and Keegan McGrew in the ring for champion all other breeds bred and owned steer.
As we talk about the bred and owned division here, I think lots of quality out here, and my compliments to these three young men on dragging me some good stuff tonight. The one I like the best is in the center of the ring, young man with the red calf there.
We'll let you go today.
Congratulations to our bred and owned champion for all other breeds, Ryan Leister. Here we go. Crossbred Division 33A, Maggie Rabiati, Eli Barber, Caleb Weiser, Gabe Dell, and Boyd Bechtel. Steers in this class range in weight from 957 to 1080. Attention in the Shipley Arena. We would like to ask that anyone climbing on the shavings trailer, please stop at this time. The shavings trailer belongs to us, and we don't want anyone to get hurt. So if anyone's out playing or climbing on the shavings trailer, if you could please stop that at this time, we would greatly appreciate it. Our Class 2 Crossbred exhibitors should be lining up in the makeup area. We should have Lillian Bertier and Hayden Schaefer. This is a small class, so exhibitors in Class 33C, please be on standby. Okay. Nomination table is open. Melissa Schultz is at the nomination table, ready to take your sale, steer, or market heifer sale nominations. Please make your way to the nomination table at this time. The exhibitor must be the one to nominate their animal, and you must have already exhibited your animal before you come to the table. Thank you.
We're going to go ahead and start with the smoke steer here, and he's got a nasty attitude, but you look at him directly behind his blade, and he starts really aggressive and carries that shape back. We spin him to the side. I think he comes the closest to balanced and proportional in this particular lineup. The black steer that comes in second is one that is certainly smooth patterned. I think he's level designed. I appreciate those things about him. Just reads a notch flatter and plainer to me. Awfully nice steer to be sitting in second. I think it's close between 3 and 4. There's just more mass in the young man's black and white steer there. I just think read him mellower over his top, and as he leaves me, I think he's got more mass. Certainly a long striding athletic calf to round out the class. For me, we just need to beef that one up, power him up just a notch if he's going to move up any higher for this show, Judge. But an awfully nice set of steers. Let's give the kids a round of applause.
Results of Class 33A. First, Boyd Bechtel. Second, Caleb Weiser. Third, Eli Bartherber. And fourth, Maggie Rabiati. Reading down your program. 4, 3, 2, scratch 1. Class 33B, Crossbred steers. Lillian Bertier with steer weighing 1118, and Hayden Schaefer with a steer weighing 1133. Crossbreds, Class 33C, Sophie DeLuca has 2 entries. Emily Fritz, Aubrey O'Meara, Levi Savage, Hunter Huff, and Bryce Zepp need to be making their way to the makeup ring. Again, if you had any steer or market heifer in the purebred divisions, the nomination table for the sale is open and there's no line. Now would be the time to make your way to Miss Schultz to nominate your steer or market heifer for the sale.
Pair of steers that you can certainly appreciate for being athletic and functional in their build. I'm going to elect to start with the lady to my right here. I just think that one, when we turn in profile, balances up a shot neater. I prefer his lines. I think he ties his shoulder in just a notch smoother and comes with a more attractive hip and hind leg. I actually think the steer in second is a notch stouter at the surface. I think he's a bigger footed type of a calf, and we've already appreciated his functional build. To me, though, if he's going to be that coarse in his shoulder, I need him to come with a shot more power. But a nice pair of steers here. Let's give the kiddos a round of applause.
Congratulations to our Class 33B exhibitors. First to Lillian Bertier, second to Hayden Schaefer. Reading down your program, 1, 2. Entering the ring now is Class 33C, Sophie DeLuca with 2 entries, Emily Fritz, Aubrey O'Meara, Levi Savage, Hunter Huff, and Bryce Zepp. Weights for this class range from 1,175 pounds to 1,204 pounds.
We got him set up how I like him here. I'm going to elect to use the young man Smoke Steer to begin the class. I just think he's the most intriguing when you step to the side of him. I think he's the sharpest fronted and most attractive in his hip and hind leg. You get on top of that guy, he's still got a lot of real nice square muscle shape. And then between the pair, he still takes the longer stride. That's adding up a lot of positives there. That's why he gets the win on my card today. The black steer that sits in second is perhaps a notch mellower in his kind, and I do think he is naturally bolder in his forerib when you get right on him. But for me, that steer maybe just gets a notch shorter stepping and more open in his shoulder, and so I had to leave him second. The red and white steer here that comes in third is certainly a mellow steer. You can appreciate how smooth patterned he is. He takes a long stride. To me, too much of his weight's in the front third of his body. I just need to balance that one up ever so slightly if he's going to move up today. That's why he's third. Coming out in fourth, another athletic steer, and I actually think he's pretty big in his pin set and has some shape up high. To me, that steer maybe just got too flat in his forerib, too plain from the side, and that's why he ends up where he is. The young lady's black and white steer that comes out next is actually a wider, more massively muscled option. When we turn these things to lead, that one just didn't take a long enough stride for me. I gotta have him longer stepping. The black steer that comes out next is longer striding, but it doesn't come with near enough muscle shape, and when you step to the side of him, I thought that guy was kind of put together by committee in terms of balance. The roan steer that is at the end here is certainly a real long striding mellow calf that you can appreciate for his practical kind. Just too flat and nondescript in terms of muscle. That's why he rounds out the class, but an awfully nice set of steers. Let's give the youngsters a round of applause.
Congratulations to Class 33C Crossbred steers. First to Levi Savage, second to Bryce Zepp, third to Sophie DeLuca, fourth to Sophia DeLuca, fifth to Aubrey O'Meara, sixth to Hunter Huff, and seventh to Emily Fritz. Entering the ring now, we have Class 33D with entries from Zane Weiser, Nora Bechtel, Jacob Paulson, Riley Dell, Dustin Bernard, and Emma Arbaugh. Weights for this class range from 1,220 pounds to 1,250 pounds. The following class will be 33E Crossbred steers with RJ Stamball, Caleb Weiser, Garrett Dell, Gabe Dell, Colt Smith, and Eli Barber.
kind of a mixed bag here and a couple of different flavors, and I really wish we could kind of take some parts and pieces and mix some steers together. The one I think's the most complete's the yellow steer here right in front of me. Now when we get this one on the move, I don't think he travels out with enough use and angulation to his shoulder. But on the standstill, I think that one's the most proportional in his look. I think he's just the most complete all the way through. The steer that comes in second actually outmoves him, and especially as we study him through his front end. For me, as we post him to the side, I think that one comes a little short-necked and open in his shoulder, just a little piecey for me. Like the body shape, like the muscle in this next steer, need him to take a longer stride. The smoke that comes next is probably the most expressive and the trimmest in the entire class. For me, that one's hip and hind leg just needs reassembled. I need to see him more comfortable at the surface. Big-bodied, massively muscled type of a steer that comes out next. You can see his problem, though. He's too up and down in the angle to his shoulder, too short in his hip. Wants to kick up in his spine on the move. The roan that comes out next is actually more athletic. Just need to beef that one up from a power perspective. Awfully nice set of cattle, though. Let's give the kids a hand.
Results from 33D are as follows. Nora Bechtel first, Zane Weiser second, Riley Dell third, Dustin Bernard fourth, Jacob Paulson fifth, Emma Arbaugh sixth. Entering the ring now, we have Class 33E. Entries include RJ Stamball, Caleb Weiser, Garrett Dell, Gabe Dell, Colt Smith, and Eli Barber. At the conclusion of this class, we have Class 33F. We have entries including Alexia Cornett, Emma Robertson, Jenna Stamball, Ryan Stahl, Turner Ridgely Turner, and Travis Green. Steers in the Class 33E, which is in the ring at this time, have weights between 1,262 pounds and 1,283 pounds.
I'm going to start with the young man's yellow calf here in the corner of the ring. I just think neither of them are perfect stepping, but that one comes with a little more extension, a little bit more attractive hind leg, and then when you get on top of him, I think he turns more expressive shape directly out of his blade. The smoke steer in second's just a little bit more moderate, just a little bit mellower in his kind. To me, just got a little boxy and compact through his front end there, but I think it's a very close pair between two nice set of steers to lead off this particular class. Really big bodied, really massive one that comes out next. As we spin him to the side, I just need to reorganize that one a touch. He gets rounder and more open in his shoulder, rounder out of his hip. If we can fix his balance, maybe he moves up a notch in this class. The blue roan that comes out next is one that you can appreciate in terms of his length of stride there. I think that he's probably more massive up high than some of the other cattle. For me, though, just got too nondescript and narrow in his pins as I stepped around behind him. This one here, it's plenty of depth aside, plenty of length of stride, practical cattle there. Just a little too plain in his look and muscle. Athletic calf to round out the class, but just need to beef that one up a notch. But let's give these kids a round of applause.
Results of Class 33E Crossbred Steers. First, R.J. Stambaugh. Second, Garrett Dell. Third, Gabe Dell. Fourth, Caleb Weiser. Fifth, Colt Smith. And sixth, Eli Barber. Entering the ring now, we have Class 33F Crossbred Steers. Alexia Cornett. Emma Robertson. Jenna Stambaugh, Ryan Stahl, Ridgely Turner, Travis Green. Steers in this class weigh between 1,285 pounds and 1,304 pounds. Headed to ringside, we need the following exhibitors: Lucy Aussie Bowers, Grafton Condon, William Roderick, Kylie Shoebrooks, and Hunter Green. If you do not have an exhibitor in the ring and you are not waiting for the next class, you need to find another spot than in the makeup area to watch the show. If you do not have an exhibitor in the ring and you do not have an exhibitor getting ready to enter the ring, please find a spot to watch the show besides the makeup area. Thank you.
We're going to start with the young man steer in the center of the ring here, and it's primarily from profile where he gets the edge on my card. I just think that steer's sharper fronted and smoother shouldered. I think he comes with a more attractive set to his hip and hind leg and just a notch bigger in his kind. Young lady brings us a painted up one that is chubby and clubbed. Man, that thing's a brick house, and he's big hipped and big topped and just absolutely massive through the center portion of his skeleton. For me, that one's just a notch boxy. I need him to take just a notch longer stride as they move the cattle. The young man here does have one that is a notch sharper fronted for me. Difference is he doesn't move as well. That one just reads a notch stilty up front for me. I gotta have him moving just a notch better if he's gonna get up in the second hole today. Young lady that comes out next has one that's really intriguing again. I just thought too stilty to move up, not as good bodied as some of the other cattle that we find at the top end of the class. The next one's certainly practical in his body type. I think that one certainly got enough mass and bulk all the way through. When we spin in profile, I just need to balance him up just a notch neater for me. Young lady has a bit of a neater look from the side here. I think long striding calf, just need to beef him up and power him up a notch, but a good set of cattle. Let's give the kids a hand.
Congratulations to our exhibitors in Class 33F Crossbred steers. First to Ryan Stahl, second to Alexia Cornett, third to Ridgely Turner, fourth to Jenna Stambaugh, fifth to Travis Green, and sixth to Emma Robertson. If you're reading down your program, you have 2, 6, 4, 1, 3, 5. Entering the ring now, we have Lucy Aussie Bowers, Grafton Condon, William Roderick, Kylie Shoebrooks, and Hunter Green. Weights of this class range from 1307 to 1324. At this time, we would like to recognize Hunter Green for having champion rate of gain with a rate of gain 3.942. We'd like to congratulate Hunter on his achievement for rate of gain. Hunter, come to the back behind the announcer stand when you're done, and we'll get your presentation of your award. Class 33H should be making their way to the makeup area. Exhibitors include Torrin Bosley, Brendan Bosley, Audrey Miller, Piper Gall, Brady McGrew, Anna Lynn Smith,
Nice set of steers here. It's nice when the big-legged, good-looking, stout one comes out. Makes my job as a show judge particularly easy. I think that full complete and still really mellow in his kind. A nice place to lead us off here. The steer that comes out in second, and I think it becomes close between 2 and 3, is just a little bit smoother patterned. I think he transitions more correctly from his shoulder into his forerib there. I think he's got more mass up high. The steer in third is certainly a practical kind of cattle that I appreciate for his depth of side and length of stride. Just need to beef that one up a little bit. Young man that comes out next, it certainly has plenty of mass and bulk and a really useful steer in his own right. When we spin him to the side, I just need to balance that one up a little bit differently. Too much of his weight's in the front third of his body, gets a little round out of his hip. Young lady brings us a plenty flexible one here, and you can certainly appreciate that. That one just needs beaked up and bulked up all the way through, but a nice set of steers. Let's give the kids a hand.
Results of our Class 33G Crossbred steers. First to Kylie Shoebrook, second to William Roderick, third to Grafton Condon, fourth to Hunter Green, and fifth to Lucy Aussie Bowers. Class 33H is entering the ring with exhibitors Torn Bosley, Brendan Bosley, Audrey Miller, Piper Gall, Grady McGrew, and Anna Lynn Smith.
I think we have a good place to start here, and that's in the young man's fresh-haired, nice, balanced steer. I think he's got more than enough for me. I think he's plenty sound, and then when we spin him to the side, he's by far my favorite. Awfully nice place to start. A meat wagon that comes out next, and that one's really bold through his center body and massive up high. Has plenty of shape as you step around behind him. With that one's just maybe a little crestier than ideal, and maybe just a notch more open in his shoulder, and so balance gets him beat today. I think it's pretty competitive between 3 and 4 here. The difference is the young man in 3 steer just balloons a little smoother for me, just ties everything together in a nicer package. Like the length of stride and depth of body of this next steer, for me, maybe just got a little open in his shoulder relative to his forehead, a little piecey there, and it doesn't blend as smooth as I'd like to see from the side. A big-bodied, functional type of calf here, really useful. For me, just gets too general in his look and muscle. And the Hereford mark steer that comes out next, certainly a big-footed rascal, and I can appreciate that. I love the length of stride. When we step that guy on profile, just kind of came in too many pieces for me. Awfully nice set of steers. Let's give the kids a round of applause.
We'd like to congratulate our Class 33H exhibitors. First to Grady McGrew, second to Audrey Miller, third to Torrin Bosley, fourth to Brendan Bosley, fifth to Piper Gall, and sixth to Anna Lynn Smith. We are now on our last 2 classes of crossbred steers. Ladies and gentlemen, we're coming down to the end here. Class 33I, we have the following exhibitors: Braden Vandervoort, Lane Miller, Reese Smith, Ryan O'Meara, Ethan Zepp, and Grafton Condon. These steers weigh between 1382 and 1416. Exhibitors in Class 33J, you can start making your way to the makeup ring. We have Bryce Doran, Austin Lankum, and Tristan Kaiser. Class 33J will be your last regular class of the evening. While our judge is sorting this next to last class of the evening, we would like you to know that we have dedicated this show to in memory of a very special person who we recently lost. Mr. Tommy Wagner, known to many as Crow, passed away from this life on Thursday, July 15, 2021. Crow was raised and lived in Mount Airy his entire life. He spent a couple of years in his father's business, Mount Airy Locker Company, before enlisting in the U.S. Air Force. He then returned to a lifetime career in what is now known as Wagner Meats. Tom was community and service-oriented as a volunteer for many organizations, including the Carroll County 4-H program. For several generations, Mr. Wagner has graded the steers for Carroll County 4-H livestock sale, and you would always see Mr. Wagner in the seats bidding on 4-H'ers livestock the night of the sale. Ladies and gentlemen, if you can put your hands together as we dedicate this show to Mr. Tom Wagner for all his years of dedicated support to the Carroll County 4-H program. We're going to miss you.
Well, I'll be honest with you, these things hit the ring, and I was pretty certain I was going to use this one. I think this is a pretty nice steer here as we get him out to the side. I think he's really balanced. I think he's really complete and puts a lot of totals together. Awfully nice one. I'll be glad to have him back out here in the champion drive. The young man that comes out in second, to me, just ranks second in terms of width and muscle. I think he's the next most balanced steer, and I think he's the next soundest structured, and so for me just becomes the second place steer. This one out here finds himself in third because I think he comes with a notch more look than some of the other steers that we find behind him. I think that's a sharper fronted steer that comes with a more attractive hip and hind leg. This next one that comes out, plenty big bodied and plenty massive once you get over the top side of him. Too much weight of that one's in the front third of his body. But he beats the one that comes next because he takes a longer stride. This one is plenty massive, but he just came a not short stepping, wanted to get up underneath himself. Really massive, functional type of usable baldy steer here. For me, though, I just need to rebalance that one from the side and put his pieces together a little more attractively if he's going to move up. Awfully nice set of cattle. Let's give the kids a big round of applause.
Congratulations to our Class 33I exhibitors. I'm going to announce that in just a minute, but we are now officially on our last regular class of the night, Class 33J, which includes exhibitors Bryce Doran, Austin Lankum, Tristan Kaiser. Steers weigh 1,434 pounds to 1,472 pounds. Results of 33I are as follows. First to Ethan Zepp, second to Braden Vandervoort, third to Grafton Condon, fourth to Reese Smith, fifth to Ryan O'Meara, and sixth to Lane Miller. All right, I'm going to start announcing cattle we need to have lining up for our champion crossbred selection. Out of 33A, Boyd Bechtel. 33B, Lillian Bertier. 33C, Levi Savage. 33D, Nora Bechtel. 33E, RJ Stambaugh. 33F, Ryan Stahl. 33G, Kylie Shoebrooks. 33H, Grady McGrew. 33I, Ethan Zepp. And the winner of this class will join them. Second places, please stand by your cattle. Ladies and gentlemen, we just have an announcement from Tubby's. There are plenty of peach sundaes available. So if you would like to have a snack while you're watching the Grand Champion Drive, head on over there real quick and get your peach sundae before the Grand Champion Drive.
I think 3 really nice steers here, and you can prioritize a couple of different ways and come to some different conclusions. For me, I'm going to start with the young lady to my far left. It's primarily when they're stuck on profile. I like that one the best. I think she's the sharpest fronted, and that steer's the most attractive in his hip and hind leg. Just the best balancing steer, and that'll get him the win today. It's close, but I like the young man's fresh-haired steer second. That one's the biggest hipped and the most massive up high, turns a really aggressive shape off the backside of his blade. For me, though, as we study him from his shoulder forward, that one gets to be too plain and too general from the front, and so I had to sort him into second. Real useful type of calf here, and I think he actually may outstep the other two. He's real mellow in his makeup. For me, though, that one just read the most general in his look and muscle. Had to sort him third, but three really nice steers. Let's give these kids a big old round of applause.
We're going to hold 1 minute. We're going to take a 2-minute break here. We're going to take a quick break before we move into the selection of our champion crossbred steer. I have an announcement for all exhibitors in the Shipley building. All exhibitors in the Shipley building, please be prepared to be here tomorrow to start cleaning the Shipley building and setting up for the sale tomorrow evening. We need all exhibitors who are selling an animal tomorrow night here tomorrow to clean the Shipley building and set up for tomorrow night's sale. Also, while we're kind of wrapping down here a little bit, Miss Schultz will be at the table behind me for 10 minutes past the conclusion of the show. If you have not nominated your animal for sale, you have 10 to 15 minutes after the end of the show to register your animal for the sale. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. There's your Pepsi, sir. I said, there's your... Yeah, your wife took it to keep your daughter behind. All right. Class 33A, we have Boyd Bechtel with a steer weighing 1,080 pounds. B class, Lillian Bertier with a steer weighing 1,118 pounds. Class 33C, Levi Savage exhibited a steer weighing 1,192 pounds. We're having technical difficulties. Class 33D, we have Nora Bechtel with a steer weighing 1,000 125 pounds. 33E, RJ Stamball with a steer weighing 1,262 pounds. Class 33F, Ryan Stahl with a steer weighing 1,301 pounds. Class 33G, Kylie Shoebrooks with a steer weighing 1,318 pounds. Class 33H with a steer weighing 1,374 pounds, Grady McGrew. Class 33I, Ethan Zepp with a steer weighing 1,414 pounds. And from our last class of the evening, Class 33J, Tristan Kaiser with a steer weighing 1,472 pounds. This is our champion crossbred drive.
Well, I think the crossbreds were very, very good, and as we get all of our class winners out here, I think they represent a lot of very high-quality cattle. And no, they don't all look alike, and they shouldn't, because, again, quality comes in all sorts of different shapes and sizes. I was excited to get them back out and just put them together and see if they shook out like they did in my mind, and I think they pretty much did. The young lady out of Class 7 has my champion.
Congratulations to Miss Kylie Shoebrooks for champion crossbred steer. That steer weighed 1318. We're looking for William Roderick. Second place out of that class with a steer weighing 1312.
drop in that second place and an awfully nice calf in his own right. But I had another one in my head that I thought could maybe push our champion. Young man right there's got my reserve.
Congratulations to last year exhibitor Ethan Zepp for reserve champion Crossbred steer. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to give ourselves just a second here to clear our crossbreds from the ring. We're going to get ready to bring in our breed champions.
This is where it gets interesting.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, here comes our grand champion drive of steers for the 2020-2021 4-H fair. With the champion Angus steer, we have Dustin Bernard with a steer weighing 1381. Out of the Hereford division with a steer weighing 1,299 pounds, last year senior Wade Cheney. Champion in the Red Angus division, Miss Kelsey Zepp with a steer weighing 1,429 pounds. Our Shorthorn belongs to Miss Peyton Zepp. And I didn't write down what he weighed. Coming out of the Market Heifer division, congratulations to Owen Boone for exhibiting our champion Market Heifer. Maine-Anjou division, congratulations Audrey Robertson with her Maine-Anjou weighing 1313. Ethan Zepp comes in as a last year senior with a Shorthorn Plus champion. Emma Arball exhibits our White Park champion with a weight of 1,034 pounds. Our all other breeds champion is Kylie Shoebrooks with a steer weighing 1364. And our crossbred champion again is Miss Kylie Shoebrooks with a steer weighing 1318. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your grand champion drive. We're going to take just a second here, and I'd like to thank Mr. Jacob McKillop, who came to us all the way from Lubbock, Texas, with his wife Cassandra and his daughter Lily. He has a strong history in 4-H and livestock judging that took him all the way through a senior college level. He is the co-owner and CEO of Judge to Win, an online educational livestock judging resource for 4-H and FFA teams, as well as a marketing manager for Micro Technologies. We really appreciate him taking his time to come up here to Carroll County, Maryland, and judge the hog and beef show for us. Please put your hands together and thank him for him coming all the way out here. He's done an excellent job for us. One more announcement. I'd like you all to put your hands together and thank our beef committee, our guys who work back in the exhibitor areas getting our cattle to the ring, the people who worked in the ring behind us who's doing sale nominations, and all of us taking paperwork up here. If you could please give them a round of applause because they moved a lot of cattle through here tonight. Last but not least, I need to thank all of our sponsors. We really appreciate our sponsors and all they do for us, and especially Stevie Stamball and Stamball's Welding for putting up so many wonderful trophies that have been donated. And you're standing in the Eddie Harrison Jr. Arena, which is dedicated in memory to Eddie Jr. and Janie Harrison. Thank you all for coming.
Man, it has been a heck of a 3 days out here. You know, when I initially got the call from Mr. Cashman over there, he assured me that there would be plenty of quality livestock to see here in Carroll County, Maryland. And let me assure you, you guys did not disappoint. Not one bit. I think it's been awesome. Even better than the livestock are the kids. I mean, they've been gracious throughout the entire process as this old man just kind of speaks on the mic to him. And I know I take my time doing things, but I want to get it right because I take it very, very seriously out here. And the kids have been great to work with the entire 3 days. I've also got to thank the cattle committee for getting a bunch of cattle to me quickly. They kept them moving, and you guys only ever had to wait on me as I took multiple potty breaks. So thank you to everybody for having me out here. It's been an absolute pleasure. I walked over to Andy there just a second ago and I said, you know, I don't know how they really shake out because I got 4 or 5 in my head that I really, really liked, and I was excited to get back out in the ring and see how they kind of tuned up together. The one that I thought might be the contender sure as heck is the young lady's AOB's my favorite.
Congratulations to Kylie Shoebrook for her grand champion steer, which comes out of the all other breeds division, where Josie Dell is on her way in the ring right now with her reserve all other breed steer.
Well, once again, we drop one out, and it only adds to the quality of our drive. there's a couple in my mind, but the one I keep going back to is that reserve ALB. He's my second favorite.
Congratulations to Miss Josie Dell, Reserve Grand Champion steer. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to say it's been a nice evening, but we do have one more very important class to judge, and that is selection of our champion bred and owned steer. As soon as we get the ring clear, we'll bring those in. For those of you who are not sure what a bred and owned division is, that means that these 4-H'ers owned the mother, made the breeding decisions, helped with the pregnancy, and then raised the calf, and that is what they're showing in the ring tonight. This is not a 6-month project. This is a project that has taken them years to come to this point. From the Angus division, we have Miss Allison Schultz. From the Hereford division, Taylor Miller. From the Red Angus division, we have Nathan Capel. And from the All Other Breeds division, Ryan Leister. Put your hands together for our bred and owned champions. Like I said, these 4-H'ers has spent years to get to this point.
We get out here in the bred and owned division, and I think it's pretty apparent that we have some great young cattlemen, because there's a lot of quality out here represented, and certainly they have some interesting breeding programs back at home. For me, I think there's one that's just a little more interesting. This young man's calf's my favorite.
Congratulations to Mr. Ryan Leister, last year's senior, with his bred and owned All Other Breeds steer. All right, ladies and gentlemen, if our exhibitors who won divisions, bred and owned divisions, breeding divisions, crossbred divisions will make their way to the backdrop for pictures. Again, if you'll make your way to the backdrop for pictures, if you have not signed up for the sale, please do so at this time. Please sign up for the sale at this time. Thank you.